Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, August the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know. Thank you, Starkey, Sandy, etc. And in YouTube, was that you, Pepe, just saying something? It gets hidden up. Just give me a moment, guys. Well, I'm going to assume you guys can hear me on YouTube, okay? It's hard for me to see the comments right now, but I'm going to assume that. Actually, I think I just blew it. Just give me a moment. No, I think we're good again. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. Yeah, so hopefully everybody had a nice vacation away from me for the week. Good to be back though. So let me see what's happening. All right, so let's see. It took me a while to get back into the swing of things. I no trading at all. Didn't look at the market. I know I screen shared. That was it. Thank you, William, for opening the room. Obi is off this week. I don't know if he's back the following week, but he's off this week. So Chris or William will open the room, whoever gets there first in the morning. So what is happening here? Is SLI? No, first of all, let's take a look at the Jewel, JWEL. JWEL. Okay, see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any specific news for JWEL. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for the JWEL. China stock, low float. SK socket, just took over the lead position now. SCKT, big pop up to $4, pull back all the way down to 150. Thank you, Ozzy, etc. SC, so it's still up, even at that massive pullback, it's still up to 296%. And that's a SCCK, or sorry, the SCKT, excuse me. Rocket partners with 3i Technologies to expand industrial mobility, etc. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. I want to see if this is a bio, SION. It is a bio. Just getting absolutely crushed. So, William, I don't know if you had a chance to look. I'm sorry if you already posted something about this one, but SION tumbles after their cystic fibrosis treatment, unexpectedly misses the endpoint. So that is the terrible news for this company. Down almost, down 89%. Oh my gosh. That is absolutely terrible news for this company. Look at that. $51. I mean, no inkling this was going to happen. I mean, $51. You wake up and now it's $5. Oh, wow. So, William, again, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at this SION, but as always, some of these will just bounce just because. Wow. What's the low here? The low here is down to about 448 or so. Nah, I'm wrong. That low, it's hard for, come on. It's hard for me to see the actual number. Well, I'm going to call it around 350 anyway. 350, that was the low. So it's had a good bounce up to $5. and that is the SION. Look at the volume, pretty low float. It's truly unbelievable. Haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. I mean, this is actually was in a bit of an uptrend for a while. Take a look at a monthly chart. In fact, I'm not saying this was an all-time high, but it was probably certainly near the highs of its life. So that is this. And now another one, 10x. This has been a very popular one too. Is this got anything to do with the SION? No, trading lower after the company announced its phase three level. Again, another disaster. 10x, TENX. Not quite as, I mean, almost the same percentage move down though. So you've got 10x and you've got SION, a couple of bios, just getting absolutely killed here. Okay. Again, I wonder, William, were you able to look at 10x also to see? So the idea is really to see, do they have anything else going on? I think Hermes actually, it was more like a working vacation. So it was nice time off though from trading and all. STKH, STKH. Let's see now. STKH is up almost 100%, coming down underneath the VWAP right now. See if they have any news. Just looking to see if they have any specific news. I don't see any specific news for STKH. Another, low float stock out of Israel this time, not China. I think I read a comment from Monica earlier that now, not trade ideas, Interactive Brokers allows us to trade this one, ZJYL. Not that I want to trade it necessarily, but I think this has been on the do not trade list for a while for them. Okay, thank you, William. You don't have to. Of course, you don't have to. But these things. We know they'll have a bounce, some kind of a little bounce, and sometimes when they're so beaten up, like a dollar bounce is a big percent. But anyway, so both couple of absolute disasters here. QTRX. What about them? Another sort of a bio. Actually, this is no. They have earnings after hours. Well, okay, according to us, this is earnings after hours, but I guess they've already released. So this is actually an earnings play. QTRX is actually an earnings play. I'm looking at some of the little earnings plays that No volume yet, but Seadrill's an earnings play. Seadrill, SDRL, no volume yet, but so far it's a positive earnings play. INHD, that's right. I remember this one before I left. Massive move one day, all the way up to about $44. Then goes all the way back down to about five. And that is the INHD. Take a look at some of the ones that have won races since I turned on my trade ideas. Let's see. Take a look at FEAM. Anything interesting? I mean, it's not. It's still at 24% underneath the VWAP. SLN, okay. SLN, Silence Therapeutics. It's challenging the VWAP right now, still at 41%. It was up a lot more when it was at 21, but it is challenging the VWAP right now. And let's see, trading higher after the company announced top line results. So it's a phase two. It's phase two. And I have to admit, I think this caught a lot of people by surprise. So, you know what? I've seen this so many times. You know, when a company has, where I'm talking about SpaceX, and what did it get down to last week? It got down to like all the way down to $103. And then what a rally. Um, and I was the lockup period, I think is it's over, right? So people are allowed, or a certain percentage are allowed to sell their shares. And I've seen that so many times that when you, it's almost like this was already built in. And then when the lockup period came up, there's no big deal. In fact, the stock just rallied immensely. And I've seen that many times with stocks that you think that, wow, when the lockup period is up, you know, if stock is really going to tank, and it doesn't happen. Now, does that mean the next time we just like the next time we get one of these fairly known stocks that has a lockup expiry coming off, that we just pile into it? No, but I've seen it many times. So 10x. Okay, thank you, William. Anyway, there's the SpaceX is still looking like it wants to tack on maybe a little bit more, and it closed right at the high of the week last week. It was probably the high on Friday. Oh, yeah, right there. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors ahead of the 9:30 open. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More. These are all theme-based channels. And click on the Sector Status channel. The market is kind of flat on the open. Yeah, kind of flat. So XLE, the top sector right now, okay, energy. What's the worst one? So nothing's really standing out. I mean, XLE is up 1.1%, and there's nothing really getting hammered. Not so far. No, let's take a look to see if there's anything interesting in individual sectors. AGJ, probably no volume. Hmm. Just looking for something with a little bit of volume that might. Wow. HZO, any volume? Yeah. Somebody say, is this a buyout? Thank you, Harry. Yeah, this has. So that's a buyout. HZO, HZO is a buyout. Nice, nice gift for people who had this one. Waking up to this morning. Big $16 move, 45%. So that's why HZO is up. How about let's see, take a look at. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's really getting clobbered. DoorDash, if it's down, it's not getting clobbered, but it is down. Healthcare, VRTX, a little bit of volume, not a huge amount of volume. Very expensive stock. VRTX. Let's see if there's any news. Okay, so they're profiting from a rival drug, genetic disorder drug setback. So obviously it's a rival to them. So that helps them. I don't know who the rival is. Maybe it'll be down here in the healthcare. Let's see if there's one down here that's really getting clobbered. INCY. I don't think it's that one probably, but INCY's weak. No volume yet. Some of these volumes in the pre-market are just terrible, like 35 shares. That's why you have to always check. At any rate, that's a look before the 9:30 open at some of the sectors and some of the stocks within some of the sectors. All right, guys, waiting for this open now, 9:23. First day back. Usually I take it a little bit easy to get my head back into doing this. HUDI just over $1, right at the VWAP, 41%. That's a big move, obviously. Right, a little bit over $1, right sitting on the VWAP. If they have any news, it's another one of these low float China stocks. Don't see any news. No, don't see any news on it. Well, the 10x sitting right at the VWAP. The VWAP is 206, so it's sitting right on the VWAP or just slightly under it. Barrick Mining, gold, big gold company. This is an earnings play, and it's getting hit. It's a pretty big drop, 5% with 1.6 billion in the float. So just sitting underneath the VWAP, and that is B, Barrick Mining, B, earnings play, big Canadian gold miner. Boy, look at the socket. Just well, it still had the pullback, $4, but it's trying, but it's now sitting on the VWAP now, and that's the SC KT. And that again is a low float, 5.3 million, not crazy, crazy low, not under a million, but it is still, very low. And they did have some news, selecting 3i Tech as a distribution partner. I guess that, the market's reacting well to that news. HKIT, what are you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. HKIT, another crazy. Now that's the crazy low float. Anything under a million is super crazy. Okay, 797,000 in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. Yeah, not a lot of volume yet for this HKIT. Wonder if it'll. I wonder if it'll get running. Excuse me. DKI. I think might have won a race, or I saw it in here. DKI. Dark Iris. Oh yeah, Dark Iris. Way under the VWAP. Popped above it. Came right down below it. Still up 42%. See if there's any news on this one. I do not see any. Another low flow. 500,000 in the float. China stock. Morning, Harpreet. Well, the one that's interesting still to me is the socket, guys. I mean, it's just hanging over the VWAP right now. Okay, hanging over the VWAP. Yeah, hanging over the VWAP. I think takes that high out, that 289 high, might get it running again. It hit a high of almost 4 in the pre-market. And if you look left on the weekly chart, well, you can't even see that. How about the monthly? I think I'll get rid of this anyway. These two getting set for the open. So on the monthly chart, I don't even, well, I have to go back quite a ways to see where the next high is, I guess. Yeah, well, it's got room. Definitely has some room to run if it wants to keep running. And that's the SCKT. And we're now open. Yes. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I will miss something that runs immediately, but I'm prepared to do that. Yeah, Oracle. What was the trigger? I know Oracle was the trade of the week. I didn't have a chance to. I just saw that it was 130. Wow, 148. Okay. Boy, it's hard to believe that Oracle is 148. Well, oops. Give me a moment. Don't do this to me. Yeah, when you look at this monthly chart, I mean, not that long ago. What that's September. Well, September of last year. Okay, $348. But even 248 a couple of months ago. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? The market is basically flat. It's down. It's basically right at the VWAP right now. When I say the market, I'm looking at the SPY. Socket halt on the way. Didn't look like it was that volatile. But yeah, SCKT is halted on the way up. Or maybe on the way down. I don't know. That's not a, didn't look like a big enough move, but all right. STKH leading this race. Let's see what's happening with it exactly. So it's still underneath the VWAP. All right, IPHA may be getting interesting. It's popping through the VWAP. It's up 26%. Good volume. I don't know what the. I'd have to click on another symbol to get back. I don't know what the float is, but it's through the VWAP at least. And looking left, the next high is 232. Not that much room, unfortunately, till it hits that next high, which could block it. SPY is putting a little bit of a pop here, not massive. It's right at the VWAP. Or a little bit of a sell-off now for the SpaceX, SBCX. It got up to 136 and back down to almost 132, and now a little rally off 132. Here is an earnings play, guys, and this is a lifetime high. NESR is an earnings play. National Energy Services reunited. Okay, so this is an earnings play. NESR volume it's picking up, and it's an all-time high. NESR. Well, there goes the STKH, guys. We'll bounce off that 332 up to and got right into the VWAP. So far, the VWAP is holding it. We're preventing it maybe from moving higher for a while anyway. Okay, now let's take a look at this AEVA. This is a potential short from this scan here, the daily trend reversals. I want to see where this one opened. Socket opened, SCKT opened. It really didn't. This is kind of silly, guys. It got halted again. I'm not. I mean, I know it's a program that kicks in, but that did not seem like such a dramatic move. But it is halted again. SCKT. All right, how's this serve doing? 527. So this is one of those reversal plays. The next high looking left, certainly far enough away. 590, far enough away. You know, this intrigues me, guys. There's room. 589 is the next high. That's for the serve. Serve robotics. Well, I was trying to get a fill. I know I should have gone in at the ask if I really wanted. I was trying to get a fill around 529. I've taken it off. It's a little early for me. I like to wait the 15, but sometimes in the trend reversals, I will pounce a little bit early. Well, I'm glad I waited or took it off. Put a price alert up here. Well, it's right back up. Why is there so little publicly available information about your company online? I have no idea what you mean by that. Executable. We have certainly a home page that you can go to. Talking about to somebody in our YouTube room. What other information would you want other than going to our home page? Barfly. Okay, check BFLY. Sure. Yeah, nice little move here. Big float, 250 million, 215. They don't all have to be small floats, of course. The next high in a monthly chart, getting close, 969. Oh, thanks, legal. Appreciate that. Oh, I see. There was another question. I forgot. Interest in your project. You say you're a huge company. Well, I don't know if we're a huge company. Who says we're a huge company? I wouldn't call ourselves a huge company. We've carved out a little niche and all, but So now I'm sorry, I missed your first comment, executable. Okay, guys. Well, I'm might be missing the boat on some of these. How did that serve do? 527 still is, yeah. So I'm glad I backed off. Okay, the VIVK. So the alert was at 163. We're at 171 right now, coming right into potential though. So some resistance potential. Probably went too quick to get the. This is an AI play. I can see the trigger was at 9:15, but I don't think you could have got it there. Maybe wrong, but REPL. Let's see, 1311. So it's pulled back from the 1340 in a pretty big way. Again, another one that is coming into a daily high. HKIT guys, HK is it halted? No, HKIT. Um, They did not win a race. I guess they did not win a race. But here it is, HKIT, guys. So this is one of those crazy China stocks. Yeah, it has not hit $16,000 reverse split adjusted, but haven't seen this one for a while. But unfortunately, the spread is terrible, 311, 330. So I'm going to back off that one. Ooh, missed the boat on this one. Vate. Oh, was this shortable for me? And the answer is yes. Oh man, missed the boat on this one, guys. Had the alert at 841, 841, $7 now. This was on a potential short. See if there's any news on that one. Trading lower after the company announced. So they're doing a financing, $100 million financing. I don't know what price, but obviously lower. All right, here's another one, guys. Remember, in powder blue, it's a long suggestion, and if it's in yellow, a short suggestion. Doesn't mean you pile into the trade, of course. Another one though, coming right into a high, and then after that, 42.61. Just not a ton of room. Okay, how about this one? 34.10. Okay, 34. Well, it just broke down through 34. I wouldn't have taken it until it did that anyway. So what's the next low looking at? 32.98. Just went too quickly. It just Took me a while to get back into the swing of things here, but again, 34.10. I would not have taken it until it broke down through 34 anyway. So it still has a shot here. We're still kind of close, and looking left. 33 is the next low. Looking left. The SPY is basically flat. The Dow is down a little. The Qs are down a little. Yeah, the CLMT, I just could not get it. 4203 was the alert. But again, you got to look at the spread. I mean, it's a terrible spread, 42.19, 42.74. So I'm not going to beat myself up. I think SCKT halted on the way down now. Well, this is now the spread is tightened up for the ABCL from the AI. If you could have got it, anywhere close to the 915. Good morning, Digimin. All right, guys, I'm just looking at this HKI. Well, no, that's all right. The HKIT had a horrible spread. NBIL, guys. So this is the 2 times long for the stock NBIS, and it is, what did it do on? So actually, it had a bit of a drop after a nice little run. Remember, this is the 2 time long for NBIS. You know what? This could be very interesting. I mean, the next high looking left is 2159. So there's a ton of room. The 200-day moving average for this 2 time ETFer is 2117. So there's a little bit of room for this one. NBIS, NBIL, excuse me, NBIL. Okay, how about this one? WPP. Let's take a look at this one. Just hanging at 26. Oh boy, net 25.31. So there is certainly room. And if it ever took that out, this was must looks like, well, this was an earnings play, I guess, last week, and that's the WPP. And this is an opportunity. Remember that what the trend reversal is looking for? Just well, it's looking for a trend reversal. So on Friday, had a great day, reversing today, but it doesn't mean it's going to reverse in a cataclysmic way or anything. It just means that it's reversing a little bit today. Obviously, reaction to its earnings play was excellent. So executable in our YouTube room. Are you still around? Any other questions? Yeah, I mean this has been trying to see. Was there news on this one? I can't remember if there's any news on this one. I don't think there was any news that we could see, but it's just low float Israeli stock. I don't think there was any news. Halted again through the 200-day moving average now. And the next high is right at the next high on the daily chart, right there. Not chartable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, this one, couple of misses here, guys. Yeah, look at that. 4203 was the alert, 43 now for the CLMT. I'm definitely wanting to see if this means anything. We'll put a price alert down here. 25.92. See if it takes that out for the WPP potential short. All right, for those of you who like the real cheap ones, M10, MTEN, this is a reversal. Boy, it got down to 87 cents. It's over a dollar. The next high, but to me anyway, I look left and there's a high there, 106, 107, 110. We'd really have to get through that, I think, for it to get going, but it could easily stall there with a low float. Not a lot of volume. Boy, so SpaceX is starting to drift down now underneath the VWAP. So remember, if you thought SpaceX was going to continue to maybe make its way down, you could buy this one. This will give you double the move. This is the specifically designed, a two-time ETF designed for SpaceX. So if you thought SpaceX was going to move down, you could buy this one. It's like shorting it. Had obviously a terrible week with SpaceX ripping higher. Another cheap one, guys. BAER. Let's see what this one is all about. BAER. Whoa, this one's got some room. 177 was an earnings play. It looks like an earnings play on Friday. Got hammered down, trying to recover a little bit. A little bit. What's the volume like? 600. It's not a ton of volume. It's just sort of a little bit stagnant right now, though. Ah, figs. Okay, another potential short. Breaking down was an earnings play. Great reaction, sort of. Okay, it sold off though. Got up to 1641 and sold off down to 14. Now it's continuing a bit of the sell off. The 200-day moving average, 1185. This has got a lot of room, a lot of room. I'm really interested in this, a potential short for the figs. I'm going to put a price alert around 1393, just underneath that 14, and see if it takes that out. Hey guys, yeah, just waiting on this figs to see if it starting to take out that 14. The key for me is that, yeah, great earnings reaction, but it sold off. It did not even come close to holding the high on Friday. So it's sold off, and maybe the selling will just keep coming in. Any moment, guys? Just watching the action 1397.14 now, bid ask on the figs. If it gets into the 80s, I'm probably in on the short. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. I'm just watching a guy, 1392, 1397 bid ask. This is what I'm looking at. Okay, on the figs. That's from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, now the WPP, we're waiting on that one also to see if it doesn't have as much room as the figs. Okay, give me a moment. I don't know, Daniel. Are you asking? Are you talking about the trade ideas? An update? Usually on the home page where there's a detailed information about what's new from the previous one. I couldn't tell you, but if you go to the home page, You usually always say what is new. Okay. Just give me a moment. See if I can. So if you go here, so typically when you do this, and if you down, and it'll just tell you, it should tell you release notes. Okay, just click on the release notes. Okay, that'll tell you. Really? Okay, Pepe. Well, REPL is on the move. What was the original alert? 1340, 1365 now? Well, I thought that one would start cascading down. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I think I'm gonna have to take myself out of this figs. Maybe look, maybe look at it later, but so I took myself out of the oh, good, good. I took myself out of the short of figs, got down to 1388, and I thought, okay, I was in around 1395, but looking for a lot more, of course. I thought I read somewhere, Pepe, that the production and the beta are the same now, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. Well, guess what time it is? It is 10:03. So I'm gonna go over my homepage, guys. All the information. I see there was a promo and it's still on. Well, at least even if it's officially not on. I don't know if it's officially not on, but the promo code still works. I checked it this morning. Yes. So if you click on my homepage link right at the very top, here's how you can get 25% off any subscription, be it monthly or annual. It doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. Okay. So you get 25% off the first month only if you go monthly, or 25% off the entire year. And again, it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard service or our premium service. So, as always, I'll ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The code will change from time to time, of course. And using my code really helps to keep these two rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room, the trading room right here. Now, the trading room is open earlier, way earlier than now. Can't tell you exactly when it's going to open. Obi has been doing it for around 6:45 every day, but he's off this week. So whoever gets up earliest, either William or Chris, will open the room. Okay, but certainly I would say probably by at least 7 o'clock. And I don't do it because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little too early for me. So again, if you're looking to come into a trading room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in here. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week this week is Oracle, ORCL. William did say that it triggered. Let's see, take a look at it, what it's doing now. You get the email, it's free. And the trigger was 148.75. So before it pulled back, got up to 150. So it is triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. But you can sign up for it right here. Education. So if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, so this is mandatory though. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this. 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. Very short. They'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, thinking, is this the right product for me? Well, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you'd like to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, you can just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., that I am currently sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, click on the custom scan section. Here they are. So this is what you can actually see. You can see this race, this biggest gainers from the start of the race. You can see that. You can see the the daily trend reversals. For you guys, it would look more like this, okay, where it's repeated. Okay, the symbol is repeated every time it made a new low here in yellow or a new high in powder blue. This, what I like to display, this shows you the first time of the alert and the price. So you can kind of go back in time and see, okay, what happened from that? And I can show you how you can create that too. Movers to the upside versus downside is right here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay, that's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. These 4 scans I do not have up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them if you'd like. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means that, at this point, I don't. I'm just concentrating more on the daily trend reversals. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade or I'm doing something I can't answer immediately, I'll certainly let you know. Yeah. So what William is saying, so the ORCX is the 2-time, so a lot cheaper than Oracle the stock. Okay. So if you thought Oracle the stock would, continue making, well, it's already made a nice little move here. Okay. You get 2 times the move by trading this. Pretty good volume. I would have thought for some reason it would be a little more, but still pretty good volume. Spread is okay. So remember, so if Oracle the stock moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But if Oracle the stock moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. So just so you know. All right, so I see ABCL is having a pullback here. Still have my eye on figs in case it gets back into the 1380s. Here's another ETF, company ETF for NBIS, another one. Well, this is really a big move. Next high on the daily was last week's high, which is 1493. Takes that out. Ooh, I have to put a price alert here. I mean, this had a nice big run, and then last week a big 3 day drop. What has more volume? So my guess is NBIL has a little more expensive, but yeah, 1.4 million to 800,000. But they're both still pretty liquid. The spreads are both good in both cases. Actually, the spread in this one is not that great. NBIL. Well, I didn't take it. I should have taken it, obviously. Hey, just give me a moment, guys. Figs may be turned. Well, okay, yes. This is a real crazy one. Look at the float. Not much volume. SKTC 410 on the alert, but it is a low float. Not a lot of volume. Spread is not good. This is what I'm talking about. 405, 405, 420. So spread is not good. It might not be available for those of us with interactive brokers to buy anyway. Cannot short it. Well, this one almost straight up. This was from our AI guys. Yeah, this was almost, well, not almost. It is straight up. Is it an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Had earnings last week, I guess. The reaction wasn't great. This was the reaction. That would have been Thursday. This is Friday, and of course today. But this has been straight up on the 5 and the 15. All right, AEHL. You guys are talking about that one. That is just got halted. It halted on the way down now. So the SPY is basically flat. The Qs are up a point. SPY's up maybe a point. The Dow's down a little. So not much happening. Help. HELP. Ooh, this is really getting hit here. The next low looking left is 1049, takes that out. And the next low is 922. So I don't know. Let's keep an eye on this level right there. See if it holds it, acts as support, or does it break down through it? Thank you. Unusual. Your system, okay. AIoT. Take a look at AIoT. Oops. AIoT. Well, on a monthly chart, the next low looking left is around 289. So, yeah, Powerfleet shares are after cutting revenue outlook. So they have earnings. Well, yeah, it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Okay. Very active. The daily reversal, very, very active. Just checking some of these in the compare count or the upside versus downside. Just checking to see if there's anything intro. Well, there's the bear. 139 was the original alert. 147, not a bad little move. I did not take it. All right, take a look at is it Under Armour. Okay, socket got halted again on the way. Maybe well, these halts for this one. It doesn't seem to take much to halt it. We're talking about the SCKT. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors again. Now that we're about an hour into the market, a little less than an hour into the 9:30 open. So I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on dog channel bar, and then I'm going to click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. And now let's take a look at the sector status and see what's if there's anything interesting, any stock is kind of interesting on the upside or the downside. Still at the top here. So yeah, so XLE and oil services, the top two sectors. Well, what that usually means is that oil prices are going up, which usually means that I don't know the trade is not open. It isn't. I don't know. At this point, it's just just keep an eye on the oil sector, and that usually will tell you. So anyway, oil prices are obviously moving a little higher. What is the weak sector right now? Home builders, XHB is the weakest sector right now. Just a minute, please. Look at that. 100% of all the stocks that make up, well, that we have here anyway, that make up XLE, 100% are up from Friday's close, which makes well, I'm not saying that should have been 100%, but we knew that these energy stocks would be ripping. But take a look at consumer staples. 82% are down for the day. Anything really bad? DG, Dollar General. Again, this HZO is a buyout, so sort of discount that. But CTRN though is up 6%. This is retail. No volume, yo. No volume at all. 63,000 shares. What's the worst one? eBay. I had to. I think eBay had earnings last week, didn't they? August 5th, post market. Yeah, they had earnings last week. So did not. I don't think the reaction was great. So eBay moving down. Look at tech here. Akamai up 7.6%. Big volume. What's the worst one? Wow, First Solar, FSLR getting whacked down here, 5%. I'm sure there are some company ETFs for them. So anyway, guys, that's a way in which some of you might look at trade ideas and just use this. You're looking at some of the major sectors, taking a look at the top stock, the worst stock from the previous day's close, and maybe finding a way to trade them. I don't have to look at you don't have to look at every sector, of course, but it might be an interesting way for some of you to use trade ideas. And that again, this is our sector status channel. Really, no ETF for solar. Really, I'm surprised at that, considering we see ETFs for some of these like what I would consider stocks that are not known nearly as much. All right, guys, this is a wild one, I guess. Yeah, 590,000 in the float. These ones here in the daily trend reversals that are really super low floats, little bit reluctant. They can be so whippy, obviously, but I mean, you just have to look. I mean, last week this stock got up to $26. Look where it closed that day, though, nine. Obviously the attraction to this is all this room it's got, WYHG. So what I'll do on this one is I will put a price alert near the high of the day. Maybe it takes it out later on. Maybe it takes it out in the next half second. But okay, guys, socket is on the move now. SCKT on the move, right at the VWAP now. Okay, and we got down to 165, and it is halted right at the VWAP. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, what a choppy day for the SBCX. Up to 137, back down to 131, now back up to 135. See, Meta's up 11, Tesla's up 3, Apple's down 5 points, 6 points. Ugh. How ugly is that? That's exactly the reason why I'm not in love with these ones. These low float stocks showing up in the reversals. They're just way too whippy. Now, could I get rid of that? Sure, I could put a minimum float. You funny man, William. So somebody said this is more than a 10-minute halt, or 5-minute halt. So 10:26. Well, it's halted at 10:26 plus 59 seconds. So 10:31 plus 59. So not quite. It's not quite 5 minutes. Where would I put a price alert on XFY? Okay, EXFY. Well, first of all, it's got to get through the VWAP. I'm assuming you want to go long, so the VWAP is up here. Had earnings, I guess. Yeah, I had earnings on Friday. Pretty good reaction. Closed near the high, but it's still underneath. So 268 is where it closed. So slightly under that. Also, the VWAP is up here at 269. To me, right now, it looks a little choppy, but that's just what I see anyway. What's the volume? The volume is not bad. I mean, it's two times normal up to this time of day, but certainly, it would have to for me. It would have to take out the VWAP. Maybe even up here, 274. These highs. Help. Okay. You haven't heard of Rakuten? It's advertised everywhere. All right, guys. Help is interesting. I mean, look at the on the weekly, a ton of room. On the daily, a ton of room. All right, now what's the spread like? 41, 43, not bad. Now what I'm seeing is just stocks. Yeah, I get some alerts on these things, but they're just not moving that much. Okay, guys, CKT just well open. Got halted again. This is I question this. It's 10 halts on very little moves. I mean, I know it's a program that kicks in, and I guess the moves are dramatic enough. I just find that these are not the biggest moves that I've seen when sockets get halted. Hmm. Well, I see this one popped up again, guys, but again, it is very, you got to be awfully careful. I mean, look what happened, 598 and it gets all the way back down to 5 just about. And then it pops up again, trying to hold. Maybe if it takes out 6, it may have a run, but I don't know. It's definitely a super volatile one. Okay, William, but Chris is also doing it, so there's no pressure. Wait, okay, so I'm just talking to William, so you don't have to worry. Chris is you must have done it. I don't know what time you open the room, but he's looking every morning. So whoever is first will open the room. Okay. Again, guys, this could be obviously a super wild one. I mean, look what happened last week. This one got up to $26. Just be careful. Very, very low float. Well, guys, I took myself out of the help short now too. So I had hopes that once it got down to, well, wait a minute, should I have done that? Well, too late now. Basically flat on it. Ooh, boy, this is BCA. This is some kind of yeah. This is one of the SPACs, acquisition company. Oh, did I go somewhere? No, actually, it was a working vacation. We went through our home room by room, especially the garage, and cleaned everything out. Well, not everything, but got rid of everything that ridiculously had been amassed for 30 years, 20 years, whatever. That's what we did. All right, guys, STFS, Star Fashion, STFS. This is making a little bit of a move here. Boy, I mean, some of these, I've had a couple of little losses on. Well, the last one was basically flat to help, but I mean, look at the room this one's got. This has got about $1 down there. ZIM. All right, PCLA. Wow, big pop here for PCLA, guys. Big pop. This is not an all-time high, of course, but what's the high right here? This monthly high, 1410. So it's sort of there. And then there's a high of 1470. That's on a monthly chart. Maersk is buying Zim. Okay. Now that's halted. Oh, I see. So that I was wondering, why is it not moving? It is halted. PCLA is halted. Ah, this is when I was trading about a month ago for about 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row. METU. This is I was shorting it or going long. This is, of course, Meta, two-time Meta. So Meta, the stock, must be up about 50 cents, a little over 50 cents. Well, guys, there it goes. There goes the WYHG. Well, let's see. Let's see if this has any legs at all. Okay, guys, I said, just be careful, okay? Just be careful. Uh, Such a low float, and wow, we just got halted too. Whew, it just got halted. Well, let's see where it could open, guys. Okay, so here's your halt. I don't know if I've shown this screen today or this window today. There's the halt, 652 for the WYHG, and here is your potential open, okay? Now, briefly, it said 570 something or 670 something, but again, typically they are 5 minute halts. Okay, so this SCKT open lower, I guess. TNON is another one that's just got halted. Not very much volume yet, 54,000 shares, so not a lot of volume yet. Boy, the market is okay. The market is making a nice little move, guys. I'm looking at the SPY here. I was hanging around the VWAP for quite a while, but now it looks like the VWAP is it's through the VWAP, acting as support so far, making a nice little move. PCLA just resumed, and it ripped higher here. I don't think that would have given the opportunity. I don't think, because I don't think it came down below 1409. I may be wrong, but I don't think it came down below 1409. Well, this is getting pretty stupid. I mean, SCKT just got halted again on this little move down. And what time is it now? 10:45, 43. So waiting on that 10:50 plus 43 seconds to see if this is going to be a 5 minute halt for the WYHG. Fingers crossed. At least this makes more sense, though. You know, the PCLA halt, it makes a lot more sense. You know, you get a pretty big bar, whereas the other one, I mean, the SCCT. I mean, I know it's math, but it just doesn't seem that these moves should warrant these halts. But again, it's just a computer program kicking in. Well, I'm going to have to suffer through a longer than 5 minute halt for the WYHG. So it looks like this will be at least a 10 minute halt now. 10:55 plus 43 seconds. And on the plus side, maybe the bids are starting to stack up a little higher than that 652. That's on the plus side. Here is the ORCX. So that means this just made a new high for the day. So Oracle, the stock, is doing quite nicely. The trigger was 148, but this is how you can buy it or you can play with it if you want by buying ORCX. If you thought Oracle, the stock, was going to keep moving higher, and you can see there's your move. ORCU, okay. What is that one? ORCU, even cheaper than ORCX? The answer is yes. That's even cheaper than ORCX. What's the? I always like to look to see how much volume, of course, and what the spread is like. Great spread. So that volume is 2.7 million, and this volume is yeah. So actually, ORCX is a little more liquid. Sorry, ORCU, a little more liquid. Okay, 10:55 and 43 seconds. So I still have another couple of minutes to wait it out. Okay, a little bit of a drop now for the SPY guys. I don't know if there's anything happening, but a little bit of a drop for the SPY, a little red bar coming into the VWAP, right into the VWAP. Let's see if that VWAP, you can see my SPY 5 minute chart, see if that VWAP acts as support. It's a great little scan, this one, you know. I mean, it's just a different way to present the data, okay? The upside versus downside movers, just a different way to present the data. Okay, 55. All right. If this is going to be a 10 minute halt, this will open in about 10 seconds. Okay. If it's going to be a 10 minute halt, and we're looking good, we're looking good. I'd like to see, of course, that number, but my, just a minute, I got to get my finger right on the submit button. All right. Woo. Okay. I just took some off, guys. The WYHG. Gotta be so careful on the. I mean, there's, I'm almost going to guaranteeing that I'm going to be leaving a lot on the table, but this is so whippy. Come on, eat. What's the close there? Around 10? See, like I see a move like this, and it looks like it should be halted. It is going to get halted. There you go. It is halted. So all it was for me was that six break. Okay, I was saying, well, if it breaks over six, that could get it going, and that's what happened. But highly risky. I mean, just with that float. Okay, I do. I do still have some. I was surprised I could get it. I was surprised. I thought maybe IB would. I thought it might have been one of those ones that you couldn't trade. I can't really lose unless it. Well, I mean, I suppose if it opens and at a dollar, but no, I just use just plain old interactive brokers, Keyshore, in our YouTube room. I don't have high keys, nothing. Projected open now is no big clue. Okay, there's the halt 783, 784, so no big clue. Well, I was in at around 623, so I mean I can't, I mean anything could happen, but and I've already taken some off, so it would be hard for me to hard to lose in this trade. And what is the time now? Okay, 10:56. So 11:01. If it's going to be a 5 minute halt, 11:01 plus 50 seconds. But the last one was, yeah, I wish. And remember, guys, all I'm doing is pointing out opportunities. And if I say something like, "Well, I'm really interested in taking this stock. If it gets over six," that doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. You might look at that and go, and I've already pointed out that it's extremely volatile. So you have to share size accordingly, and you have to have some risk tolerance. What scan right here? This is where I first saw it, I think. 1025, but it's more than likely I would have seen it here too. But that's where this is on the trend reversal. But I'm sure it won some races earlier, so I'm sure I would have seen it here. But what really, brought it to my attention was right here, 1025, 599. Well, but what I was saying is and that's why I wasn't going to reduce the float or put a minimum float. But look at 1025, but I didn't get into this until what time is that? 15 minutes later. 15 minutes later. Okay, Juan. See you tomorrow. Yeah. So again, this is going to be more. It's going to be more. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt again. It's almost a little too active, this scan right now. Okay, so it's going to be 10. So 11:05, 11:05 plus 43 seconds. Then, if it's a 10-minute halt. So just, typically what I do, I don't have hotkeys or anything like that. But for instance, what I'll be just as we get closer and closer to its open, if it's a 10-minute open, so I would probably put a sell at 750. Okay, and I'd be on my submit with the shares I want. And so if it hits, so if I see that moving, then I should be somewhat protected, just in case it does have a mini crash down. Well, I certainly cannot give advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Yes, that's why I would never say, okay, guys, everybody should pile into WYGHG because I think it's going to do this. I'll never say that. I'm not, I have to be very careful what I say. Yeah, SpaceX came right back up. Pretty choppy day. No, it's got nothing to do with Dan. I don't care. I shouldn't say I don't care about Dan. I know you're just kidding, but it's got nothing to do with Dan. Believe me. It's we get some letter, some legal letter out of the States or Canada, I suppose. Okay, so I've got to. What are we now? 11:04, almost 11:05. So in 43, a little less than 43 seconds, this could open. Usually, the second halt is not as good as the first halt. Okay, I'm going to have to obviously. Okay, now I've got my finger on the submit button. Just in case. Hmm. Well, this is not going to be a at least a 15-minute halt now. Definitely glad I took some profit out, but now it's going to be a 15-minute halt. Oh yeah, there are multiples of five. Typically they're all 5-minute halts, but I mean, if it's not a five, then it's typically, well, it's a multiple of five. So 10, 15. We've seen we've seen stocks. Oh, there we go. Okay, just give me a moment. It surprised me. Wow. Okay, luckily, because I think it's just got halted again. Yeah, so I got wow. I might regret it. I might regret it, but I was able to get some off. Remember now, guys, I have in fact you don't see it here, but I have a thumbnail on my other monitor. Anything I'm in, don't have much left. So that was interesting. How that was that's why it took me by surprise. You know what? I'm I read that completely wrong. It was halted at 10:56:50 and it did open at 11:06:50, 10 minutes. I thought for some reason it was 10:55. So yeah, so I was wrong. I mean, it was a 10-minute halt. Oh well, it worked out. I was very lucky. Where's Poe? You always tell Poe is you're always telling me how lucky I am. Now I have my doubts that this is going to open higher, but you never know. All about that room. I mean, that's what traders are looking at. This nonsense that happened last week. That was Thursday, right? Got up to $26, closed down here at 10. And so now, our potential open is over that 888. But all right, 11:09. So I'll be taking a break in about 50 minutes. 50. So today, taking over for me, both today and tomorrow at noon Eastern, when I take my break in our YouTube room, it'll be Chris Varley taking over for me, and he'll go from 12 to 1. So, as always, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room. Put a little message up here. And of course, I just have to keep an eye on this one. So, they've been 10-minute halts, but I can't rely on that. So, it could open at 11:12. 11:12 plus 12 seconds, it could. And then we're talking about the WYHG. Meanwhile, how did GTE do? 932 was the okay, and the room it's got certainly has room, guys. The next high looking left is 1014. SPY is still hanging around the VWAP. Docs worth watching if it can take out 2580. That's from Browley. Let's take a look at Docs, DOCS. 2580. So I can see why yeah, I personally, I might wait a little bit longer, but because these highs right here are about 2586 or so. But, you know, it's over the VWAP, down for the day. Well, this is okay, guys. That's it for me. That's it for me on the WYHG. Boy, it popped all the way up here, started coming back down, and now it's halted on the way down. So now that you know what I mean, this could still have a. Oh, I got the wrong symbol up there, but yeah, I knew you know it was going to get halted. Wow. So this could still have a run later on in the day if it takes out the high. I'm going to put a price alert up here. Maybe in the afternoon, if it takes out that high, all traders are looking at is this 2 days ago. Yeah, so there are no, well, unfortunately, we have no EMAs at Allbrook's. As crazy as it sounds, we have no EMAs. Everything is SMA. So if you have if you have an EMA period, you know we may have something that's close using an SMA, but we have no EMAs. You can put an EMA on our chart, okay, but it's not. But you can't. You're not going to get it triggered if it crosses it. RKLZ. So basically, it's flat, isn't it? I mean, it's up, up 8 cents. So it's recovered. This is the Rocket Lab. So it's recovered. But would I take it? Well, okay. I mean, if I'm looking at just this one right here, 330, there's a little bit of room. On the weekly, a lot more rooms, 531. I wouldn't take it. See, personally, I'm not taking anything that's close to the whole number. Would have to break the whole number, three, number one. And if it did on the daily chart, then you're looking at 320. For me, it's just something but don't let me stop you. Okay. Something I probably wouldn't trade. Well, if I'm not, well, it does, if I look at this, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the same idea. I mean, if I wanted to short a Rocket Lab, I would buy this. If I thought I wanted to short, I don't know how much Rocket Lab is. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. I mean, would I short this? Well, if I wanted to short this, I would probably buy the other one. Buy it. It's just a little cheaper. And I mean, they set up basically the same way. And, there's plenty of volume. Well, I just always have to remember. I mean, if you had some conviction that Rocket Lab was going to continue down, you buy this one, you get double the move. Okay, so if Rocket Lab moved down 1%, this is going to move. This is going to move up 2% for you. You understand that concept, right? I mean that's when it says a 2 times short, that's what it means. Okay, well then again, if you thought the stock, I mean, if you, I think these company ETFs are awesome. I mean, mainly because they're a lot cheaper. I mean, Rocket Lab is not terribly expensive, an $80 stock, but some of these stocks that have company ETFs, they could be 500, 600, 1,000, etc. And it's just people sort of shy away from stock. A lot of people, like me, I just don't like to trade stocks that expensive. So that I'm sure that's why they were developed, these company ETFs. I may be wrong. Maybe there's another reason why they were developed, but okay, just open, guys. Not I don't have it anymore, but it did just open the WYHG. So, but I do have a price alert up here on the high of the day. It may, you never know. You never know. I mean, it's a pretty big pullback now, but later on in the day, well, you're right. There are some companies have several, like the NBIS. There's NBI. This is a long NBIL. And then there's another one, I think NBIG. Okay, and they're yeah, but these are different companies. So this is Granite. Okay, Granite is a company that is specialized. Well, I don't specialize in it, but and then you have NBIG, and this is Leverage. I guess that's another company, Leverage. I guess. So the way I look at it, what's the spread? Some will have a better spread than others. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot of difference. So NBIG, and here's the volume, 1.3 million. NBIL, a little more volume, and the spread is about the same. So I don't know what the advantage is, one or the other, really. This is a little more expensive than the other one, but that's what I would look at. I would look at, if you see a couple of them, I would look at the volume. I mean, some may be really bad in terms of volume, but most of them are going to be pretty decent volume. And then some companies do not have short ETFs. Okay, these are, I don't know if NBIS has a short, but I don't mind shorting this. If I wanted to short NBIS, I have no problem shorting this. There's a cheap earnings play, guys. Here, Viru. We've seen this one. Remember this week back here. Where did it get up to? Got up to 7:30 or so. This is an earnings play. You know what? I mean, tomorrow probably keep an eye on this one. If it could take out 331, these weekly highs, yeah, you never know. Adjust that a little bit. You never know. These two weekly highs right there. Maybe tomorrow. You know what has been just a tough intraday trader today is this SpaceX. I mean, look at this. Look at this. in my opinion, anyway. Well, this is I did not take this one. I don't think I saw it in time, but this is a really nice one from our AI today. Basically straight up, just a little pause right here. FSLY 2462 was the alert, and that's a great move. There's news on this one. It says Freedom Broker maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 32. So I don't know if that's the only news on this one. It's all I can find today on it. Give me a moment, guys. So I see SCKT got halt or resumed again. 15 halts today, guys. Just little wee ones. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'm going to have to try something here. Well, this just took out the high. Wow. And it just got halted again. And just at $10, so right around $10. Wow. Well, where could this open now? WYHG? And the answer is, well, if some of you stuck it out or got in later or whatever, there's your potential open 1020, 1028. Again, remember, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, what I'm showing you here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt, 998 in red, potential open in this column here. And, over the 5 or 10-minute halt, this number will fluctuate. Oh, okay, guys, HYFM. There's another probably well, yeah, it's a low float, 3.85 in the float. Hydrofarm. Coming right into that, what's the next high looking left? 233. This is showing up on the reversal scan. Another one. Boy, it reminds me. What was the other one that we? Reminds me of 320, and then it closed down here at 161, basically cut in half. That was on Friday. The figs. I think the figs. That reminds me of the figs. Yeah, reminds me of the figs. No, I mean nothing, not similar company or anything like that, but just the daily action, a big pop, but then selling off, closing near the low of the day on Friday. Not too many questions today. Interesting. And just as I say that, yeah, guys, you can ask me questions. I Stellar in our YouTube room saying, "What do I think of PPSI?" Okay, take a look at PPSI. Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is that it doesn't trade. I mean, 9,000 shares, so hard to know. I mean, it's been in a weekly downtrend. Yeah, I had a little glimmer of hope, I suppose, last week, but there's just no volume, so hard to know what to expect when you have no volume. So I mean, if you're asking like to go long, I mean, there's just no volume right now. Low float. Yeah. So really, not much to talk about really about the PPSI Hurricane. I sort of remember this company. Yeah, I sort of remember this. You're right, Hurricane. But you can just see there's no volume. There's no interest right now. Anyway. Well, if that's your idea, then yeah. I mean, the low, the low right there is 271 on the weekly low. I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so and you're right with swing trading, you don't have to have huge volume or anything, but if that's your idea, it's a hurricane play. And I'm talking to a Stellar in our YouTube room. Okay, for those in the main room. Okay, guys. Well, 11:31. So in about half an hour, I'm out of here for 1 hour. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Wow. Look where this could open. Look where this could open. I'd be surprised if it does open that like a dollar higher than the halt price, but definitely looks like it's going to open higher than the halt price. When did it get halted? At 11:24. So this is another. They've been all 10-minute halts, I guess. So that'll be 11:34. I'm reading that correctly. So 11:34 plus 37 seconds. It's in my on my homepage. Ah, let me show you how to make it though, okay, Barbara? Because I think it's a good idea to know how to make it. Because you could do the same with other scans. So I'm assuming you have this version, right? You have this one that's repeating all over the place. Or do you not have this? Do you not have this at all? You're just this DR just means don't repeat. And this is the repeating version. Okay. Well, if you want to, okay. So all you have to do to create don't repeat. I'll I'll get to your question in a moment there, Monica. Just take your scan because I want this. Okay, I still want this. So if I right click, I want to duplicate it. I'm going to duplicate it because I still want this scan. I don't want to overwrite it. And this is, for multi-strategy windows or alert windows, so that if you only want to see the stock the first time that it had an alert in your scan, and the time, of course, and the price. So now take this and right click and down to properties. And this box will pop open. You see where it says don't repeat? Ah, okay. You don't have it because I made a change to the scan. I made a change to the scan. Again, you don't have to, but your scan will say a minimum of $2. Okay, so let's. Well, first let me just keep going with the don't repeat for people who might want to have the don't repeat version also. So if you just click on the don't repeat, then you've got time frames to choose from. I've chosen for a day. Okay, so I'll only see the stock the very first time it alerts. It'll tell me, of course, the price and the time. I can go back in time then, and I can click on it and see what happened. Ugh, look at the W. I look at oh my gosh, I look at my original buy. It's somewhat sickening. Oh wow. But this is what I did. So if you want, you can make a change. So you right click on the scan you got. It doesn't have to be the don't repeat. Okay, right click on it, click on the configure all. Okay. So let me do this slowly. So this is what you'll have. You'll have this one where you just don't have, HYFM. So if you right click on your scan and then click on configure all, both of them are checked. Edit to selected. And here's how you can change your price range if you want for both of them. So that's why when I put that scan on my homepage, my minimum was $2. Now I changed it to $1 quite a while ago, actually. I may have made another change. I can't remember. Oh, I know what I did. I also made a change in the time of day. So when you have it, it'll say 10. So what does that mean? It means that before I didn't want to see any alerts until at least 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. And I made a change and said, okay, I'm willing to look 5 minutes after the 9:30 open. Okay. You don't have to make those changes, but if you do want to see stocks under two, of course, if you want to see stocks 50 cents, you can make it even lower if you want. So did that make sense? You know how to get to this screen? Just let me know. I can do it again. And then you just say, okay. It's grayed out for me because I didn't make a change, but okay. And then don't forget to save it. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Okay, make sure you save. And when you leave Trade Ideas today, at the very oh, sorry, Monica. How we can have both? Oh, both chats open. Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading that as charts. So I'm not even sure I would know how to answer what you meant. Yeah, PCLA is another crazy one. Oh, on the way down though. But boy, this is definitely the crazy one of the day. Now, I mean, I was in around 620, but there's no way. I mean, yes, this has been moving, skyrocketing, but with that float, so I'm not even sure I know what you were trying to do, Monica. Okay, let me read that. How can we have both chats open, the general market and specific stocks in one window? So here's general market and specific stocks. See, this is what I have. This is what I see. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about having them both open so you don't have to like click on a tab? Is that what you mean? Like that's what I do. At least now for me, the numbers are. I'm getting them numbered so I know when there's a new posting. Oh, I see. I didn't even know you could do that. Pepe, do you know how to do that? I didn't even know you could do that. In other words, have the general market chat open on its own. Oh, extra chat column and settings. There you go. So you can have the individual chats open as I didn't know you could do that. Well, we are open, and what's happening with this one now? Okay, so it actually opened, but and it's going to get halted again on the way down. How can you tell? Well, 79. It's impossible for the bid ask to be like that. Like a penny spread and something like. And now the next time, I mean, listen, it could. I'm going to put a price alert at 12. I mean, it could later on, just because traders are looking at this action on Thursday. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. That's pretty, that's kind of scary, nuclear. Boy, this could be an interesting one, guys. The ACRS on a short. I mean, it's just underneath the VWAP. Okay, underneath the VWAP, ACRS. I'm sorry, William. I forgot to keep watching that 10x. Oh, but it's still moving down. Okay, I see. So it is still moving down. Wow, what a clobbering. But this was, could be interesting. ACRS. I mean, it's just underneath. You can see how the trend has changed. A little orange line there, little sell flag there, and obviously now, what's the problem? Could be 560. Okay, so there's the low. Yeah. So for me, yeah, it would have to take out 558 or so. If it does that, then the next low is 498. This is on a daily chart, so I'll put a price alert in this area and see if maybe later it does something like that. Anything less than a dollar, anything less than 100 is fine. You're talking about that little number you see here where it says 36 IMS. Anything less than 100 is fine, or up to 100, I suppose, is fine. I mean, every now and then mine will spike up, but as long as it's not, constant at 500 or 1,000 or something like that. So the question is, what latency number? There's something going on then. That's probably too much. Um, how many windows do you have open? How many, especially top lists? But how many do you have open? So if you can see what I'm doing here, you see the green ball right beside it is sort of like a little graph. If you right click on it, this is going to pop up. Your performance monitor shows you how many windows you've got open, alert windows, the different types you have open. How many do you have? Can you see what I'm pointing at? So if you right click in this little, kind of call it a graph, it'll tell you how many windows you've got open. And so how many do you have? I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. That's too much, in my opinion, 2 to 250. That's not a lot. Really, that's not a lot at all. Only 2 top lists and 6 alert windows and 3 charts. That's really nothing. Um, The only thing I can think of in your top list windows, can you let me bring up a top list window. Here's one. If you right click on one of your top list windows and go to a time frame, okay, right click and click on the time frame, and then go down to the set record count. What do you have for the record count? If you saw what I did, so take a top list window, right click on it, go down to time frame. When you hover over time frame, a box will pop open, and then set record count. What number do you have there? I have 150 here. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be geographic issues based in Hong Kong. I really don't know. Chris may have a better idea. He'll be okay. So 100's fine. Yeah, it might be because you're in Hong Kong. I just don't know. Chris might have a better idea though. If you can hang on for about 10 minutes, Chris will be in the YouTube room. Well, where you are, okay. He has a better handle on that stuff than I do, especially when it comes to overseas. And meanwhile, WYHG, there's no quit in it yet. Look at this. I mean, it's almost going to take. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be on a break. But I mean, this could it takes out that high and bursts through that high. What is that high right there? That high is about a little around $12. But this is arguably one of the best trades of the day, guys, that I didn't take. This is from our AI. Why is it one of the best? Because look how, other than that little, and that I wouldn't even call that a pullback, just a little base right there. This has been like very steadily up, 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 up. You're not getting wild bars either up. Well, at the beginning, you're getting some pretty parabolic bars, but you're not getting some wild red bars. Easy to keep in the trade. Okay, guys, I have a little over 5 minutes left before I take my break. Wow. I don't know if I had shorts for this one, but this would have been this would have been an awesome short. And the answer is yes. Wow. First alert was at 945, 344. We're at 288 now. Remember what this is all about. Two scans. Up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. That's basically looking at daily trend reversals, but trading them intraday. So you can see exactly what it was. NAMI, even though it had a big sell-off, it was still up a lot on Friday, up a lot. on Friday, even though it did have, it did not come close to closing near its high. These are really good clues. You see a stock like this, and could not close near the highs, and then the next day, a sort of a continuation of the sell-off of the previous day. That's why I thought the figs might be a good short, but it didn't. It didn't work for me. All right, guys. So just in case Chris shows up a little bit early, I'm going to put the announcement in the main room regarding or how to get to YouTube. So there's the link to get into YouTube, and then I'll put my the actual announcement up here. Not haven't left yet, obviously, but sometimes Chris shows up a little bit early. Ooh, trying to get used to getting up at 4:30 again. Yikes. Okay, guys, let's see. This one's halted again. So that's the ninth halt for WYHG. It's been halted on the way up most of the time, but probably several halts on the way down, including this one. What's the volume like? I mean, it's a lot, but it's not crazy. And it just opened, and what happened? So it opened. Actually, okay, it was halted at 10:16, so it's still kind of there. Well, it was sort of kind of there, but now it looks like it's fall. So the big one right there. I mean, that'd be a pretty big drop. But there's the VWAP. Will that act as support? The $8 level. That's the VWAP, the purple line in my chart. Will that act as support? I don't think this was shortable for me. There were shares available. AIoT. Well, another interesting one. I mean, I didn't do it, but 305 was the alert to short AIoT. 286 now, and it looks like, and I don't know if that's where this is with a lifetime low. Not quite at a lifetime low. And halted again. WYHG halted again on the way up. Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. I'm sure he's catching up on a lot of emails. He was gone for a couple of weeks. Okay, this one just showing up here, guys. It's over $1, RDGT, and it's popping. And what's the next high looking left? 128. A little bit of room if you're into it. And there's a little pop. I think Chris is in our YouTube room now, guys. So I will take a break from the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I'll put myself on mute in the main room, and then I can welcome Mr. Varley, who had just a fantastic vacation for 3 weeks.
The best.
Oh, gosh.
Overall, it was good. It was good overall, but
Okay.
it had its
Ups
tough
and
moments
downs?
to say the least. Definitely had
Yeah,
its tough
no
moments
kidding.
to say the least. But what are you gonna do? That's life sometimes.
Yeah. Well, and how's that? Well, I won't get into the gory details, but we're all good again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a situation I'm gonna have to address, unfortunately, because it seems I don't care if anybody knows or whatever, but for those that are off the stock topic for a second, I had a kidney stone that was
No, I
pretty
know.
bad.
Yeah.
And apparently, actually, I'm getting a lot of them, and I didn't realize because some of them are very small, and so the discomfort
Mm-hmm.
was a little different than the bad ones. I've had multiple bad ones that have sent me to the hospital, but
Mm-hmm.
it looks like I get a lot of them apparently, and I'm gonna have to address that. So lots of fun,
Could be a
lots of fun.
diet thing,
Yeah,
or who knows.
both diet and genetics. I
Oh,
ate a
okay.
lot of nuts, and apparently
Oh,
nuts
okay.
can really
Okay.
contribute. Which it's tough because I try to switch from not so good snacks to better snacks for you,
Right.
and nuts being one of them. And now, well, we'll see what they come at me with.
Well, I remember tough guy Burt Reynolds said that it was he passed a kidney stone and said it was the most agonizing thing he's ever
Yeah.
had happen to him in his life.
Yep,
And
pretty much. So yeah,
so
as Pepe just said, oxalates. Yeah, so I've got to look at a lower oxalate diet, whatever that means exactly. I mean, I've done some research, but it's difficult because basically everything I eat is high oxalates.
oh well, let's just keep doing this for an hour. Who cares about stocks?
Absolutely. Yeah, stocks and nutrition, right? Stocks and
Okay.
nutrition.
All right,
Anyways,
Chris.
go
Well,
take your break.
yeah. Okay.
I'll see you in a little
We'll
bit.
see you in about an
Thanks,
hour.
Barry. So, all right, everybody. Barry making his way to a break. Put myself back in the saddle after a couple of weeks gone. Looks like the market's still here, thank goodness, because all that doom posting. I thought maybe the market was going to disappear while I was gone on vacation, but it wasn't the case. It's not only still here, but it's right around all-time highs again. Ain't that something, right? Ain't that something? So if anybody's new here, since I've been gone, do this as an open forum, Monday through Friday, for an hour. One of us takes over. Generally, Mondays are me. No pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions. As I like to say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. So don't be hesitant. Get your questions in here. Don't be shy. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, all those kinds of things like that. As always, if there are no questions coming in, I'll do my best to keep this both engaging and informative relative to the software of trade ideas and the market. So once again, the forum's open. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. It's probably the August lull, but all the same, get those questions in for us. Or I should say, really, for me at this point. All right. Looks like I am getting the silent treatment. Fair enough. Guess let's go over sectors. We'll start with the general market, I guess, because I don't know what else to start with. So we'll head to the SPY for the S&P 500, and as we can see, we're looking at almost a lifetime high again today. If it were to close where it is right now, we'd be closing on an all-time high. That drawing tool out of the way, but let's see here. So gapped up to that lifetime high last, so there's Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. So last Wednesday, it's like it gapped up to that lifetime high, faded some, and Friday and today, returning some positive numbers, it looks like. So that is the SPY and the general broad stroke of the market. Let's see, Amber, earnings. Do you play these? Nope, I don't play earnings. I swing trade. So I don't, if I'm in a position, unless I'm like really, really up or have a reason to exit in general anyways, or enough of a reason to exit, I'm not going to exit because of earnings. If I have enough conviction for a position to take it, if earnings are several days away, I'll get in that position. I won't generally, I won't say I've never done it. I can't think of a specific time I've done it. But generally, I would say I would never enter the day of earnings if I wasn't in something already. But earnings don't really dictate much of anything that I do, to be honest. How can I create a real-time heat map showing the best and worst performing individual stocks by sector without pre-selecting a watch list? I'd also like to exclude ETFs. You can't really do individual stocks by sector. Or, well, all right, this is what you could do. It's going to be some convoluted legwork you got to do here. But essentially, you're going to go to Tools and Symbols List. And you're going to create a new list. And you're going to call it Stocks in Sector, whatever you want to call it. So Stocks in Finance Sector. You'll press OK. And then you're going to find that list. You're going to double click it and open the list, and you're going to add all the stocks of the finance sector you want to be monitoring in that list, right? And then once you've got that list done, you'll move on, create your next list, stocks in retail sector. All right. And then the same thing, you're going to open that list and you're going to put all the stocks of the retail sector you want into that list. You'll do that for each one of your lists, essentially. That you're going to create a list for each sector stocks that you want in there, put those stocks in there, and once you've done that, all right, now for finance, I'm just going to add one here because I don't have a list off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure BAC is Bank of America, I'm fairly certain, and for retail sector, I'm just going to put Amazon. I'm sure they qualify. All right. Now, the next question that you have to ask yourself is, are all these lists going to be in the same scan, or are you going to have individual scans for each list? Either way, I'm going to go over both of that. So we're going to go New. We're going to go Top List. And I'm going to make sure the top list is just completely blank. There's no filters, no anything in here. All right. I'm going to come to Symbols Lists. And bear with me. I want to clear out all these old lists here. So in Symbols List, I'm going to go to Add Existing List, and I'm going to find this list I just created. And they'll say Personal in parentheses. So Stocks. It's in alphabetical order, so we got to go to S. So Stocks. What did I call them? Sector Analysis, Sector Watch List. Okay, so Stocks in Financial Sector Personal. So I'm going to have it look at just that list. I'll press OK. OK. And it's a top list to start with. I'll right click. I will turn that into a tree map, and it'll be there. Now, if I want this to have both lists in there, I just simply right-click, come back to the configure. I'm going to go to Symbols Lists, Add Existing Lists. I'm going to scroll down, Stocks and Retail Sector also. I'll have added that list, put the check mark in it, so only the following lists on the drop-down here. Both got a check mark in them. And now both those stocks are in there, even though they're two different lists, but they're there. So you can either, like I said, have the lists in separate top lists or tree maps. They're top lists at their core, or you could put them together. It's entirely up to you. But that first step is your more convoluted step, and that's to go into tools, symbols lists, and create the symbol list and add the stocks there. And you name it whatever you want, obviously. So hopefully that made sense. Please let me know if you didn't understand something, you need to go back over something, you have another question to pile on and add to that we could go over, any and all of those. How about options? I've never traded an option in my entire life, Amber. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I've never been into the options sector of a broker or anything like that. I could show you how to scan for stocks that have options that are optionable with the software, of course. That's fairly simple. We have 6 options filters that are all based on volume. And if you were to come to, I'll use a top list for this purpose. If you come to a top list or alert window, it doesn't matter. You come to search and you go to options. You'll see all the options filters that we have there. If you have a question on what the specific option filter is doing, highlight it, press help. You will get one of our handy definition pages here, help pages, and it'll go over what that filter is specifically doing and some other helpful tidbits with that there. And so essentially what you could do is you could just scan for stocks that are optionable in general, right? Or you could scan for stocks that have, maybe a high put volume or a call volume or a high put to call ratio, stocks that, have a lot of options volume in general, or they're trading outside their normal options volume average, essentially. And you do that in percents and contracts. So those are all the different ways that you could get at scanning for optionable stocks and or abnormal options in any individual stock like that. And you can, of course, couple these filters with something, price, position and range, RSI, so on and so forth. So, you'd be scanning for the underlying stocks and then head back into your broker to look at what's going on the chains and the contract side inside your broker, if there was something there that you were interested in trading that's related to that stock. So hopefully that helps. Let me know if you have other questions on that. And anybody else that has questions, please don't be shy. Fire those questions in here for me. That's why I'm around for the next hour. Change this up where Barry is more trader focused, I'd say. He's more scan focused specifically. His scans, what's coming through them, and Barry can answer the questions I've just answered. Barry can obviously answer all of those too, but it's just a little different format and form here where we have it as this open, fire at anything and all things at any time for you. So don't be shy. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Fire those in for me. And again, if there's no questions coming in, I will pivot back to going over some sectors for a little bit here. Yeah, sure. I'm a swing trader. This is going to sound dumb, but please bear with me while I kind of go through this. I look for stocks that are going up. What I mean by that is I'm not looking for anything that's sold off wickedly or bottom fishing or anything like that. I want to find stocks that are going up that look like they could continue to go up, whether they're at or near all-time highs or they're at a inflection point that either maybe they're looking to move through or past or have moved through and past. That's not to say I wouldn't take something that's pulled back in some regard, but I want to find stuff that's been trending up for a few weeks at the very least. So I have kind of this one go-to scan. The first thing I'm going to do is share a link to the scan. Then I'm going to go over what the scan does and some more tidbits from that. So just bear with me while I find a link to this scan. Scan, we're going to share, copy that link. I know it sounds silly. I want to buy stocks that are going up, but as I described a little bit, and I'll get more into it in a moment here. In the configure of this scan, just to give you an idea of what I'm doing here, we are looking at stocks that are $11 or more, trade at least 750,000 shares or more on the day, a relative volume of 1 or higher. They're 75% above the low of their 20-day range, so they're moving up over the last 20 trading days. They're also 75% above the low of today's range. So not only are they trending up overall in the last 20 trading days, they're up today. They're up today essentially, and they're on the higher end of being up than down essentially. Now this is going to return me stocks that I have no interest in whatsoever and stocks that I have interest in. Could I probably refine this scan more? I probably could, but I like looking at a lot of charts. So what I do is in the evenings, once the market is closed, or the very early pre-markets before the market opens, I go through the scan and I look for stocks that interest me the most, and I put them on a short list and I stalk them. I watch them, formulate if-then scenario plans. If the stock does this, then it may do that. If it does this, then I may likely enter based on these different items that I'm looking at here. If I enter it, then this would be my stop loss for these reasons. And I don't ever have a hard target, but I have a tentative target I'd like to see it trend to, but I let the stock and the market tell me when to exit on the upside. My stop is my stop. That's the end of it. If it hits my stop, I'm out. There's no negotiating the stop. It's not a tentative stop, it's a stop. That's it, So I'll go over a few charts and see if I can find any stocks that look like they, may make the list at some point. And I'm looking at weekly and daily charts. I like the daily most of all, but I do like the weekly as well. So I'll do most of my work off the daily chart. So we'll start with NIQ and I want to like this one, but it's hard. I want to like it because if we look on the weekly chart, we can see a base. That's a base, and we've now moved off that base. But we're running into this resistance here, and we can see how much resistance it has been through here. But if it gets through that resistance, it's got some room up to 14, and if it gets through 14, it's got some room up to 17-ish, give or take. My issue is that, this thing is pretty beat up over the last few years, That's my issue with it here. And it's got a lot of resistance to get through there. And this is not the kind of thing where I'm going to take a position and anticipate it busting through that resistance. It's got to prove to me it's going to get through that. It does have earnings later today, so I wouldn't take it today because the earnings are today anyways. Regardless, it is in a sector that interests me. I see intelligence, AI, computing, stuff like that. So consumer intelligence, kind of a nexus of brands, retailers, consumers, blah, 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 integrated ecosystem. I just want to make sure that it's not a misleading, whatever. So it's kind of more retailish, actually, than intelligence. Data technology, human intelligence, highly sophisticated software, analytics. So it's kind of an analytics retail software, essentially. So, it checks all the boxes for me to be interested in it. I have other stuff that I'm more interested in, so I'm not putting it on my short list. But the idea is it's trending up. It's in a sector that's, reasonably interesting. My big issue with it is this resistance here. You got this resistance here, then you got it here. So it's got some steps to take. But there is some potential if it can get moving. So that's, something that I like it. I'm not in love with it, but I like it. Look at a few more charts. AMPL, those things kind of run away at this point. So this would be an example of wait for consolidation because look, it's up here and it looks like it's getting through, it's gotten through this area that was a little tough resistance wise. Made a nice move for a few dollars there. I'd like to see it rest up around here for a little bit, and if it can push up through 12 and take a shot at around 14. Yeah, I like that. I like the chart. Looks like a positive reaction to earnings, but I would need I need it to base up here a little bit for a few days. I'm not going to go running into something that just moved $2 in 3 days essentially. 6 2/3% of it coming today alone. But that's a nice setup there. Again, I'm not really looking to put anything on my list currently, But if I was looking to put something on my list, this would probably have a high chance of making my short list. Again, information, I could read more into it. The only reason I'd read into this a little bit is just to make sure that this up here isn't misleading me into something that I'm not actually interested in. Sometimes, companies have a way of wording themselves that to sound more attractive for whatever is the flavor of the week, month, year, whatever, as far as moving the markets goes. Because at the end of the day, every company wants their stock price going up. Or most every company. I'm sure there's probably have some odd reason not to at some point for whatever reason. SVM, I have no interest in this at all whatsoever. Number one, I don't really care for anything to do in the precious metal space. I know gold went crazy and silver then went crazy and so on and so forth, and that's awesome, and I'm sure there's lots of people that made lots of money on it, and good for them. I don't care. I just don't care for precious metals. This is my personal opinion. I shouldn't say personal opinion. It's a preference of mine. And the reason is that it's just a little too tied to macroeconomics, and I don't want to be at the mercy of... I don't want to be more at the mercy of Fed policy and other central banks' policies and things like that, more than I am already. I already am. We're technicians, and we live in a fundamental and a macro world as technicians. We don't get a choice on that. But the less influence they can have on what I'm doing, the better for me personally. So anyways, for those reasons, I don't really pay a lot of attention to precious metals. If I was to pay attention to any precious metal stocks, it would be in the mining sector. All the same, I have no interest in this stock. Sorry, question came in, so let me pivot to that. Barry suggested you may be able to help. I seem to get a consistent latency of 200, 250 ms. Seems relatively slow. My layout is not too heavy. 200 to 250 isn't really bad. There are plenty of users. There are plenty of international users. Yeah, so you're in Hong Kong that live in that range, and it shouldn't really impact you negatively, to be honest, at that latency. If you were up over, let's say, 5, 6, 700, then you might be looking at some kind of slowdowns. But 200 to 250, there shouldn't be any issues. And the only slowdown you might see at that point is just your charts loading. I would then say, what is your processor? What are your system specifications essentially? Your processor, RAM, so on and so forth. Other software that you're running. There's no refresh on the charts. The charts are live. It's just, if anything would slow, it would be the loading of your charts. And that's it. And I'm running the most generic computer on the planet while streaming to you guys right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 browser tabs open on Chrome, and I have a decent size layout here. I've got, I don't know how many windows, but I got a lot. Let's see, Windows list. I've got all this going on here. Other things that could slow you up if you're using docked, if you're using any docks. If you're slow and you're using docks, get rid of the docks. I'm sorry, there's no other way around that. Drop your docks. But yes, 250 is still acceptable. Absolutely still acceptable. I'd say anything under 500 is acceptable for international users. You can give a try once in a while to hit account and reset connection twice. See if swapping from servers gives you any assistance on it. And I just want to, my system here itself, device specifications. I'm, an i7, so it's, 2.1 gigahertz, not exactly anything special to say the least, and 24 gigs of RAM. And my graphic card is a junk Intel graphics card, absolutely junk Intel graphics card. So, here you can see what I'm working with here. So you're welcome to send over your layout later in the day when I can't load a layout right now because it'll interrupt things that I have going on. But if you want to, TradingView's gonna, it's gonna be a good, depending on what you got going on in TradingView, then combine it with this. And I don't know if you have any other broker running. For example, if you're running TWS from IB, I mean, that thing's an absolute hog. It's ridiculous how much that takes up. And you got a browser or two open. I don't know if you're listening to music through your computer or anything. Yeah, IB, there you go. So you get those three things running, and you're coming from international to start with. You're unfortunately putting yourself behind the eight ball a bit with it. Yeah, TWS is horrible. Do you need to run TWS? Because if you don't need to run TWS and you're trading through Brokerage Plus, you could use the IB Gateway instead. That's certainly less draw on your resources. So you could always go to the Gateway, and it's very simple to use the IB Gateway. I don't have an IB account anymore, but all you do is, in the settings, switch from TWS Live to IB Gateway Live. You'll have to download IB Gateway, but it's the same. It's the same API settings as TWS if you're using Brokerage Plus, and so you could do that and use the IB Gateway instead. It's just if you're using anything in TWS, you lose that essentially. Like if you're using anything in TWS itself, the charts or time and sales or anything like that, you won't have those things through the IB Gateway, but you can get this Brokerage Plus connection here. And then, we don't have time and sales necessarily in this, but if you use the advanced trade ticket here, you can get some bid-ask data and some level 2-ish data. I won't call it level 2, and I won't call it time and sales, but it's kind of a hybrid of both, and you could expand that out here, and you can see kind of what's coming through. That might be helpful to you as well, if you're looking for those kinds of things. But I would suspect that if you drop TWS for IB Gateway, you'll see some improvement. I can't say how much, of course, but I think you'd see some improvement for sure. And then, if you want to send me a cloud link to your layout to info@trade-ideas.com. If you want to send me a cloud link to your layout there, when I get a chance that I can load another layout today, I'll load your layout and just see if anything stands out to me. Things that I'll look for to give you a leg up on all this is like your record counts, how many top lists you're running, how many columns are in your top list and alert windows, what your record count is in your top list. So like if you right click time frame, set record count, I really recommend people keep this at a realistic number. And what do I mean by realistic? Can you really look at 100 stocks? Can you on a top list, click on 100 stocks and realistically look at them? Maybe there are people that can. I can't. The reason I left this at 100 is because I'm just not running a lot that's going to interfere or bog my layout down in general. But if I was running a lot of top lists, I'd probably be somewhere in the 10 to 20 range on my record counts. That's personally. Now, I do know there are some people that are using the logging tool and they want the data from more stuff. That's a completely different scenario. I understand that. I respect that. But if you're not doing that, I really recommend taking, and this is for everybody, not just you, think about how many stocks you can realistically look at in a top list and make some decisions. And cut that number down on your record count. And let's say if you're running 10 top lists, for example, and you cut them all down to 10 or 20, you again likely to see some improvement. So just that's one thing. That's another thing that I could point at right away. And the other one is docked windows. Great concept. I used to use them, but they caused me too many issues with slowing the software down, and so I've completely done away with docked windows altogether. That container window just takes up way too many resources, and they have been designed and redesigned over and over again to lessen that burden, and regardless of all that, it just couldn't get there for me personally anyways. So for that reason, I don't use docked windows at all anymore. So hopefully those items help a little bit. Like I said, if you want to email me a cloud link to your layout. I'll give it a good thorough looking over and seeing if there's anything else there that I can pick off that may help you a little bit too. Oh, sorry, and yes, you could trade straight from trade ideas into IB. You could trade straight from. I'm connected to our paper trader here, but you can use. I don't know if Alpaca is international or not, but we have a direct connect to Alpaca. E-Trade I know is only in the U.S. IB, which I know is international, and TradeStation, which I know is only U.S. based. So we have those. We have those 4 brokers that we can connect to. If you want to see more on the just general IB connection, now this is going to go over Trader Workstation connecting, but it's very similar to what you would do with the gateway essentially, and the API settings are the same in TWS as they are with the gateway. And so yeah, you've got this brokerage order entry panel here, and you can select buy side or sell side. I have it defaulted to the buy side in mine. And as you click on stocks within trade ideas, they'll load into this interface here. So you'll see it load down here. You get some bid last ask data on there, and so on and so forth. And then you can set your shares, or you're buying a dollar amount, so on and so forth, and you send that order over, and you can manage it right from here and the charts and all that. Some people love it, some people don't love it. That's what, as I like to say, that's what makes a market in general of all things. I have used this interface since sometime in 2019, probably I started using it. I want to say maybe sometime in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter of 2019, I started using it with IB. I don't have an IB account anymore. I actually made a switch to TradeStation. I really like TradeStation. I like their support's much better than IB. I like the people there. Good relationship with them, so I moved things over to there. I swing trade, so what I'm doing, I don't need to be connected constantly. I don't do a lot. My swing trades could last several days to several weeks, and so I don't use Brokerage Plus as much as I used to. I do when I'm doing anything though, when I'm entering or exiting, or I'm setting a stop or target or anything, I'm doing it through the TradeStation API here into our Brokerage Plus interface. It's one of those weird things, Brokerage Plus. Some people never have an issue. I've never had an issue with Brokerage Plus ever. Outside of if we had a system-wide bug, which has been so few of them. But there are individuals that run into problems with Brokerage Plus. I don't know how or why. They're legit issues. I document them and help work through them with people. I don't know what... I'm not a developer, so I can't ever say what causes these individuals to have the problems that they have. It's unfortunate, and as I like to put it, it sucks from a support standpoint. It sucks. That's all there is to it. Always very uncomfortable for me when a user is having problems and I can't just identify and help them right away. It's a very uncomfortable position. But it happens, unfortunately. So, all right, keep the questions coming, folks. If no questions come in, I'll pivot back to going over. What was it that we were going over? I don't even remember. Oh, the sectors. I was just going to go sector by sector. I went through the SPY and didn't even make it into sectors actually. You are very welcome, very welcome. So, all right, we talked about the SPY. Just throw it up there again. Was there anything else I wanted to say before I moved off? And again, just interrupt me. Anybody with questions, interrupt me. I'm just doing this to fill airtime right now while no questions come in. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to end with is I think, when we had this little pullback here and this here, I think technically, the Q's entered a correction. I don't think the SPY entered a correction. I can't remember anymore. My point being is that when this happened, you had, your usual doom and gloomers out there running their mouths as usual and wrong as usual. And this happened, and people were calling this and this dead cat bounces. I got to come up with a better term. I really hate that term, dead cat bounce. All the same, boom, all-time highs. And I'm sorry, but anybody that is coming with anything bearish right now with these charts right now, the markets in general, like, what are they even talking about? I mean, for the overall market, are there stocks that are beat to high hell? Yeah, plenty of them. There's some big names that are really beat up. Yep, they exist too, without a question. But the market, it's at all-time highs. I mean, come on. How could you even attempt to say anybody that says anything really bearish to me, just mute, block, dismiss. No point in a conversation with them. I know the Qs aren't as nice looking, but again, not exactly terrible looking here. I think they did enter correction for like a whole day or a few hours. Well off that correction now. For those that are asking what's a correction, it's 10% off all-time highs. So they're sitting looking pretty decent right now. They're one really good day or 2 or 3 mediocre days from all-time highs again. So they look real nice overall. Diamonds representing the Dow Jones Industrial 30 there. Made a new all-time high last week. Flirting with it around that area again today. So again, it's hard to take anybody seriously that's bearish. It's just hard to take them seriously. It doesn't mean the market it's going up, it's going to fly off. But anybody calling for crashes or anything like that, it's hard to take them seriously. Yes, we had some down weeks here. It happened. These are the kind of weeks where things are real choppy. They're hard. They flush people out, wear you out. These are the kind of weeks where it's not bad to be in cash. Sit around and wait for your opportunities and times to happen. Full believer in that kind of stuff. But just because you want to be in cash, you don't want to participate in the market. It's completely different than thinking there's going to be a crash or being overly bearish or anything. But it's proper to acknowledge when the environment is not conducive to what you're doing to the long side, and you got to sit it out. Someone that does that really well, Steve. Like, Steve is really, really good with that stuff, where he's like, you know what, we're chopping, things are ugly, there's no position to be had. He does that with the trade of the week, usually a couple times a year it happens. So he's one of those, his trade of the week and some of his write-ups and stuff like that are ones that I really pay attention to, because he just got a good in touch with that. Andy, the same thing. I never hear either. It's funny. I never hear either one of them. Market's crashing. It's all coming down. Look out. You never hear that from those guys. It's what makes them professionals, though, and why I learned so much from them over the years. You hear them talk about what's real in the tape at that time. That's what's going on. And again, that's what separates them, as professionals from the non-professionals, essentially. So, anyways, that's that. That's the DIA, IWM here. It's your Russell 2000. It's your riskier stocks. Your higher risk to reward ratios. Higher risk, higher rewards with a lot of these stocks. And it's a good. I think it can be, not always, a good metric of measure for how much risk people have put on in the market. Kind of risk on, risk off. When this is really kind of selling off and not looking so hot, even if the rest of the market's looking decent, I always think about that and consider, a lot of the positions I take are, stocks that are on that smaller cap side. So if this isn't looking great, I'm up a bit. That's where I talk about, I'm going to listen to the market and say, you know what? Let me peel out some or peel out all this position and let's reassess. So that's why I like the IWM for. It's just a nice kind of temperature taker of the riskier side of the market. For me, anyways. That's what I like to do. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Feel free to interrupt me. Completely feel free to interrupt me. Just kind of, filling the air and going over some stuff here that's informative and engaging, relevant, relative to what we're trying to do here. So that, covers the indexes. Let's jump into the sectors. We'll go top down from things that are up the most today from the open, I guess. Last time I did, I think we did it by the year. RE, your homepage. I see the daily, weekly, like you stated. Do you use the clock for the same data or no? When you say homepage, do you mean my layout or do you mean our actual the Trade Ideas homepage? Like, are you talking about this here? Or are you talking about my layout? My layout. Oh, okay. I don't know what you mean by clock. If I was to take a guess about clock, I'm guessing you're talking about this here. Sorry, draw that better with a darker color. I'm guessing you're talking about the compare count window. Is that what you're talking about? Clock icon. I mean, the only clock icon is this up here. That's just to change the time frame on the charts. And that's just, if you click on it, you can change what time frame you're looking at. I don't change my time frames much outside of if I have a reason to troubleshoot something or look something over. Yeah, that's just to change the time frame on the charts. 2-minute chart. Like, I don't use smaller time frame charts anymore. I only have this 5-minute time frame up here because of the streaming. As soon as this is over, I'll kill this chart off, and I have a 60, a daily, and a weekly. That's all I'm using anymore. Justin, do you have customs in your alert windows for the logging? Because I've seen people with customs have issues with the logging. That's the only issue I've come across with the logging. So multi-windows can't log. Only alert windows and top list can log. And if it's giving you trouble, if you're having trouble with the scan and it's got a custom in it, it's gonna mean either a space or a bracket is either out of place, missing, or it's in excess, meaning you don't need it. It'll be one of those items in there with the custom itself. Excuse me. So yes, correct. You can't log from multi-windows. The alert window has to be out on its own and with the logging enabled. The multi-window doesn't have it, so once you place it into the alert, once you place the alert window into the multi-window, it kills it off. For Andy's trades of the day, I'm guessing you mean the price alerts. So load a price alerts window, and then have a price alerts window, and then load that cloud link afterwards. So file, so first new price alerts window, get that open. And once you've done that, file, load from cloud, and then load that cloud link there. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. And then load it, and it'll load Andy's price alerts into here. That's the only thing I can figure. Yeah, on the day here, I think I saw the SPY kind of jerking around a little bit here. So on this 5-minute chart, SPY, I think I saw it sell off here a good little bit. Yeah, it's down now. So it looks like we gapped down, reversed, got right near all-time highs, and it's been kind of selling itself off since. So a lot of choppiness today. Yeah, you can minimize it. Yeah, that should work. Just have that alert window living on its own outside of the multi-window. So, you could see what's going on with the alert window from the multi if you wanted. And then, minimize however you want to minimize it. Have the other alert window with the logging on. All right, looks like that sorted you out there, Amber. Perfect. Excellent, excellent. And again, keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy, don't be shy. So, all right, nothing else coming in. I guess I'll hit up a few sectors. What does the new update change? I'm guessing you mean the software update. Well, it gives you I think the big one there. So first, anytime you want to know what an update does, come to our download page. And we've got our release notes here. So if you click on that, it'll highlight everything we've done. So we talk about all these different items that are in here, and those are the things that were done. Specifically, the big one is this new AI assistant. I do wish we called it something other than Holly AI Assistant, considering we have the Holly Alerts window, but topic for another forum and discussion. But yeah, so this, this new, that AI assistant that Dan had been showing off for weeks, it's all ready to go there. That's public facing for you folks. And what we did was, we had a beta version with this out there, and after a lot of thorough testing, and it doesn't look like any major bugs, at least no system-wide bugs, we promoted this beta that had a few tweaks in it to the what we call production version. So there's no beta version of the software out right now, just production. Any thoughts about rare earth materials? I only think about them when someone mentions them. I don't know what any of them are or what they do. I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry. Not an area of interest or expertise for me. Oh, very nice, Justin. I know there's a group of users out there doing similar stuff like that. It's a little far-reaching from my abilities, my knowledge, but I know that is something that's become popular. I think it's actually a very large, growing group of users that are doing some stuff like that, using some third parties with the CSV and all that. So a couple minutes left here, a couple minutes, don't be shy. Fire away some questions for me. Do I stay long the broad market like the SPY? I don't trade the SPY, no. If that's what you're asking, Amber, I don't trade the SPY, no. I don't trade the SPYs, the Qs, the diamonds, or the IWM. Justin, if you can reply back to that email where whatever wasn't alerting, and it'll come back to the inbox and I'll look for it then. And see what I can come up with. Yep, you got it. So a couple more minutes, folks. Fire them questions away. Again, it's not like Barry can't answer questions for you either. Just, different forum, a little different forum when he's here. How do I decide my hard stops? Mostly support and resistance. Just eyeball it. I'll give you an example here. Let's just pretend for a second I was going to take a position in the SPY. Stops that I would consider is here. And I know it's kind of cheeky, but the 750 level also. Those would, this would be a more conservative. This would be a more aggressive stop. I do look at the distance between the period low of 20 on the daily chart, and also to see how far from that have we traveled. And A, if I'm going to get into it, and B, how risky is it getting into it with it traveled so far in 20 days. That's just using the SPY as a chart, if it's like any other stock, essentially. So, like, for example, if I came across a stock that did this, and look how this period 20 is just running to catch up to it, I would not consider the stock in here. I need to see the line draw again, and not just be this crazy jag and move up. I try to look at an area where, if I'm wrong, how much more wrong am I willing to be, essentially? If I buy it here, how wrong am I willing to be? For how long? Price-wise, not time-wise. I think one of the hardest things for me, and I assume this is for most discretionary traders, is you're going to be wrong more than 50% of the time. That's the way this works. The question is, are you going to stay wrong, or are you going to cut that wrong short and move on to the next one? That's the hard one. Generally speaking, all trades end in one of four ways. Little win, big win, little loss, big loss. Eliminate big losses, and you're likely to actually come out ahead. Just eliminate those big losses. Easier said than done for some, for most, I don't know. It was not easier said than done for me at certain points, but, humans and all that, which I happen to be. And again, don't be shy, don't be shy. Fire in anything else. Fair enough. Silent treatment. All right, well, what sector is up the most in the last 5 days? Junior gold miners, huh? Wouldn't have had that on my bingo card. Same with silver. And silver miners and gold miners. Ain't that something? Looks like metals and mining in general as well. Up, up, and away. And same with uranium. Do I hear you, Barry? Am I just hearing things? My mind is playing tricks on me.
Now you're hearing me, but I was gonna get worried if you heard me with my mic off. So
I don't know. I heard
Always a
this like kind of
worrisome
wispy
thing.
sound, but it didn't sound like any of the normal noises you make when you first come back, so I wasn't sure.
I mean, my normal grunts and squeaks and hisses,
Something like that.
something like that. So, how's your first day back?
Busy.
Busy, 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 busy.
Yeah, real
Well,
busy.
okay. Here's Michael with a question. I need help setting up the Go No Go oscillator as a separate panel underneath my Go No Go trend installed.
Uh,
You understand that?
no, I don't.
As a separate panel.
I don't
I
think
mean, Go No
there's.
Go is on a chart, so I don't know. Oh, unless he wants it not in the chart. You know how sometimes you can say, okay, I want my
Yeah, I don't
volume.
think there's no other. There's just the go no go candles. We don't have an oscillator or
Yeah,
anything. Sorry.
yeah,
You just have this. I mean, let me. I'll do this really fast.
sure.
Properties, symbol linking. Let me link this to gold and new Market Explorer window. So this chart here that I'm going to draw a pink X on is going to change to a go no go in a moment. Strategy. Where's go no go? Daily. Sorry, symbol linking with gold because I do not want all my stuff turning to go no go. And now it's go no go. It's actually better if you put it on dark background. There we go. But there's no oscillator down here or anything for go no go. If you come to our indicators, no, we don't have that as an indicator. I'm sorry to tell you.
Okay.
I don't believe. Hold on, I don't have the browser there, but unless they've added something that I'm unaware of.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Okay,
Sorry.
Chris. Well, I know you have to be in here tomorrow too, so I'll let you go
Yep.
now and get back to all those delicious emails you've got, and we'll
Yeah.
see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everyone. We'll
Okay.
catch you on the next one. Bye bye.
Bye. I've got some static coming here. Oh, good. Chris left and the static's gone. Okay. All right, guys. So in the main room, in the main room, you should be able to hear me now. Okay. And I think we're good to go on YouTube. And only one last thing to do is just get rid of the announcement. Okay. All right, guys, we should be good for both rooms now. Now, this INVX, which just showed up, well, not just at 1216. What was the price? 2888. So it hasn't really moved from there. And let's see. You know, guys, I mean, this has got a lot of room. INVX. I'd be watching this one going into the close. The reason being is that, there's the next high looking left, which is 3132. The alert came at 2876, so it's not really far past that. It's above the close of Friday, which is one of the things that has to be above the. I have some filters in obviously in all these two scans. One of them is it must be above the high of the previous day's high, which of course it is now. And look at the room it's got. So what I do, maybe put a price alert around 29, just over the whole number and see what happens. Because that would still have over $1 to the next, actually over $2 to the next high in the daily chart. That looks like it's all over for YHOG, WYHG. Wow. You talk about this is the best one of the day, guys. This is the best one of the day. RDGT from that scan, just as I was taking my break. RDGT. Why is it the best one? Well, it's the best one in terms of percentage move. Look at that. We had the alert at 1, and before it pulled back at all, it got up to $1.70. I mean, that is the best. I'm sure that is the best percentage move in any one of these. But look where it happened just as I was taking my break. Hmm. And again, if you want to see these ones that are under $2, because if you take my scan from my homepage, the minimum price is $2. Okay, on my homepage, and you can keep it there. Okay, I mean, look, I may tinker around with any one of these, and that's your job also. You can I have my scans available, but it's up to you if you look at it and go, you know what, I don't like the price range, or I like, or rather, you can tinker around with the scan. I mean, it's sort of a template. And that's what I did. I changed it to $1 from 2. So let me just go over my homepage and show you the scans and other things. I mean, what I have in my scans in terms of price range and a minimum and volumes and all that, there's nothing, it's not science. Well, I want to call it scientific. It's just what I like to see. Okay. It may not be exactly what you want to see. It's not like I say, okay, that's what exactly the price range you should be looking at, or the minimum volume you should be looking at. We all have different ideas of trading. So if you click on my homepage link, and I'll get to in a second the scans, but first, so at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription using my code, Mary25. Okay. Remember now, first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Company tracks the use of the codes, and I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, and if they see that my code is being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Okay. And 2 rooms. So if you're in YouTube wondering what am I talking about, well, this is it, the trading room. Trading rooms are open earlier than the YouTube room. Let's call it 7 o'clock. Okay, 7 o'clock. Obi is not around this week. I'm not sure when he's coming back. He left a message for me on Friday, on Thursday night, actually, saying he wouldn't be doing it Friday or this week. So anyway, either Chris or William, whoever gets there first, probably around 7 o'clock. Okay. So if you want to come into a trading room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, here it is right here. Okay. And it's free. It's also free. If you keep scrolling down, you can get the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is free also. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right here. Education. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, education. So 2 reasons to take a look at the education section. If you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. These are 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, may or may not be for you. So I would start off with the second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. If you try us for a month with that discount, you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. Getting back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos. If you're new to trading, 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is what you can actually see. You can see this race right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes is right here. Now, the daily trend reversals. This is the don't repeat version of it, okay? When you load it from my homepage, you will see something more like this, which you can see see how rigid is being repeated over and over again every time it made a new high? Whereas here, I'm only going to see it the very first time of the alert, so I can see the time and I can see the price. And why do I do that? Now I can go back in time and see, well, what did it do from that first alert? What else do I have? This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I have these 4 scans here. I am not using them right now, but you can certainly take a look at them. Now, again, if you want to make an adjustment, okay, to the, in other words, to get a price range of under $1 or to $1, you just right click on what you've got, right click, go to strategies. Both of them are probably checked. Yeah, I'm wrong. Right click, go to configure all, and they'll both be checked, and then just edit the selected. And here's how you can make a change to both of the strategies, okay, both of the scans. So you can, if you have it from my homepage, it'll say 260. The other thing that is different now that I'm doing, I had here 10 in the time of day, and now I've changed it to 5. What does that mean? It means that I don't want to see an alert from that scan until at least 5 minutes after 9:30, the 9:30 open, before I had it 10 minutes. You don't have to change it if you don't want. I don't remember if I made any changes here, relative volume and volume today. I don't think so, but if I did, and if you want to make your own changes, go ahead. Okay, so again, to get to that, you just right click, configure all, and then edit the selected, assuming you've checked both. And if you only checked one, well, you can just edit that one. Okay, and then you'll get this will pop up. So any questions about that? Okay, guys. So just Monica saying that Rocket, not Rocket, but Socket, CKT is halted again, and it just resumed. 17 halts today. Markets are basically blah. I mean, it depends. If you're looking at the overall markets, the SPY's down just a little, the Qs are down a little, Dow's off a little. SCKT, well, it's actually making a nice, not a bad little move. It's right at the VWAP too, guys. Right at the VWAP. Will that hold it? Now, if you're looking, there are 2 VWAP numbers. Okay, one with pre-market data and one without. This line here is with the pre-market data, which I think is well, to me, it's a wise thing. Look at all the volume in the pre-market. Okay. Okay, Amber, I'll answer your question just in 1 second. Okay, I'm going to answer directs. Multiple charts open without being linked to just one stock. So I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so in this here, I've got 5 time frames, right? So when I click on a symbol, I'll click on INVX. I'm talking to a director in our YouTube room. So when I click on INVX, these are all going to change because they're all linked together. The SPY doesn't change, which is what I want. So typically the only 2 options, if I right click and then go to properties, and you see I've got symbol linking. So all 5 of these charts, I have symbol linking checked. Okay. But in this chart, the SPY chart, symbol linking is unchecked. So that's why it doesn't change. So you could have several stocks. So if I'm trying to understand your question. So you could have several charts that won't change with different. So multiple charts open without them changing, if that's what you mean. Okay. So the other filter's in the trend reversal. So I'll take a look at this one. Okay, great. Thank you, Director. So let's just take a look at this one. The up big yesterday, but down today, and open or configure. So this is an idea of what I'm looking. Well, not an idea. This is exactly what I'm looking at. So in this particular case, up big yesterday, but down big today. So first of all, the trigger is a new low for the day. Here's my price range, 1 in 60. The current volume is 3. All these you can see. So these are the ones that are not universal, but these are universal. Okay, when I say universal, the same filters on both the scans. 1 in 60, current volume is at least 3, and 150,000 shares of traded minimum. So on the other one, in this one though, the stock has to be down at least 1% from yesterday's close. The stock also yesterday had to close at least 5% up. Remember what we're looking for? A stock that was up big yesterday and now is giving it up today. So that's why I want to see stocks that are closed at least 5% up yesterday. And then in this one right here, the P, position in previous day's range. So I also want then, again, all these filters have to be met. So I want the stock to be below the low of yesterday also. Okay. And it has to be at least 1% below the close of yesterday. Most of the time when I see this, it's going to be way below, but okay. And that zero, what that means is it has to be either right at the low or below the low of yesterday. And then the time of day. The time of day is that, again, you can change that if you want. You leave it as 10 or change it to whatever you want or take it out completely. If you want to see alerts right at 9:30, I will say this, you'll probably get a lot of alerts. It may be overwhelming. Okay. And then the other one is just the reverse of it. Okay. This change from the close, it has to be up 1%. It has to have had to have closed down 5%. And then it has to be above yesterday's high. That's just the reverse. Down yesterday, but up today. This really doesn't have to be up big, but it had to be down big yesterday. Big. I mean, so you want to make it even bigger, it had to be, I have it had to be down at least 5%. So, I mean, if you take my scan, that's all you have to do though. I mean, you want to really analyze it more. I mean, you take my scan and you right click and then you go down. When you right click, the box pops up, hover over strategies. Here they are, and so if you hover over the first one or the second one, but hover over it. And then just click on the configure and you'll see exactly what the scan, what they were looking for. Same thing, the other way, just click on it. See, here's the reverse, right? Has to be up today, has to be a new high of the day, has to be up from yesterday, from the previous day's close, at least 1%, but it had to close down 5% minimum yesterday, and it has to be 100% above the low of the range. The previous day's high has to be above, or at least at or above yesterday's high. Okay. But all my scans, you can do the same thing. You can take a look at them just by right click. This is the multi-strategy window, but if it's an alert window, you right click, configure. This is the halt scan. Well, it's a scan, but I like to call it more information. But you can just sort of see. You can see exactly what it's looking for. All right, guys. So it's 1:19 now. Typically, I leave at around 2 o'clock. I don't know if William is going to keep the room open after I leave. Yeah, you see how this is still hanging around the alert price, INVX. He hasn't decided yet. Okay, he hasn't decided yet, meaning William has not decided if he's going to keep the room open even 30 seconds after I leave. He's going to tease us. Glib K. I don't think I've seen this. I think I've seen Glib before, but oh yeah, this is one of those Liberty ones. Well, Sock It To Me is definitely SCKT is definitely on a bit of a roll here now. Was it and it was halted again. 18 halts for the day. I got over the VWAP. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's not 475%. It's possible they could have a run at the high of the day, and then beyond. It's possible. I amuse myself, Monica. The only child syndrome. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything? I've got some. Taking a look at SpaceX. Just kind of finally, it's just hanging around an area. This is, of course. Whoops, wrong SSPC. Yeah, it's sort of flatlining now. So again, if you thought SpaceX was going to come down, you could buy this. But right now, hard to know. A very choppy day. Very choppy day. A little TV trivia. Sock it to me. Sock it to me. Sock it to me. Uh, All right, guys. Well, the Rigid had a great run, and now the drop, and now halted on the way down. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at CLOU. What is this one? Is this one of those? Yeah. Oh, okay. This is a cloud computing ETF. It's not a company ETF. It is the cloud computing ETF. Pretty good volume. Didn't Amazon come up with some like unbelievable numbers on their cloud business, and maybe even Microsoft? But I think Amazon came up with some pretty sterling cloud numbers. AWS, both of them did. Okay, so this is a neat, and it's not a lifetime high. Okay. Hmm. Well, that got ugly, guys. I mean, that really got ugly. I mean, now will it hold the VWAP and the SCKT? I mean, the way it's been trading, this should have been halted. The way it's been, the way this went down so quickly. On the weekly chart anyway, this has got some room. This AIIO on the weekly chart at any rate, 394. Call it four. So it has some room on the weekly chart. Good spread. You can't get any better. 329, 330. I mean, a penny spread. Still up, this STKH, which was a big one early on, still up 115%, but got up to $7, came back down through the 200-day moving average, and from 7 to 4. These are some cheap earnings plays, guys. The TLS and the Keel, KEEL, just kind of baselining. Dole is an earnings play. DOLE is an earnings play underneath the VWAP. Wow, look at S. I didn't take it, but look, and it just got halted. I'm just going to say it's going to get halted. SCKT for the 19th time. And no, that is not a record. All right, guys. Well, any questions? Again, I have to always emphasize: don't think you're interrupting me. In fact, I love the questions because it helps to keep me engaged. Boy, this FSLY from our AI, that was a really, really, other than this little meandering, this was a really nice trade. Easy to hold on to. It depends where, even if you got in at 24.62, pretty easy to hold on. Maybe take some off on the dip here. If you didn't do on the dip there, then some off here. But other than that, you can still be in the trade. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if there are no questions coming in, I think I'll just put myself on mute. I'm still here till at least 2 o'clock. I'll just put myself on mute. If there's a question, I'll come back in, hop back on the mic. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now. All right, guys. Well, William is going to keep the room open till 3:30 or so. So if I leave around 2, the room will still be open. I have to shut YouTube down completely, but the main room will be open for, well, maybe an hour and a half after I leave. Thank you, William. Yeah, so I obviously don't know. Do I think SpaceX will go down below 100 this week? I have no special insight into SpaceX. I think the fact that it didn't do it last week when the lockup period came out. Sorry, when the lockup period came and went, and it looked like it was going to get down to 104. What did it get down to? It got down to about 105 or so, and it didn't take it out there. Then it had a great week last week. I mean, it closed right at the high. I mean, and this week, I would doubt it if it got down below 100 this week. But nobody really, I can't say nobody can be certain of it one way or the other. I'm just saying that when the lockup period came out, and all of a sudden people, several hundred million, I don't know how many shares exactly, were allowed to sell, didn't affect this. In fact, it caused the stock to go up. I don't mean that specific thing caused the stock to go up, but there wasn't a lot of selling pressure. What do I think of FSLY long-term hold? Well, I guess I'll put myself on back. Well, it's all a matter of looking at the monthly chart and the daily and the weekly chart. So the monthly chart, certainly there's room, 32.75 on the monthly chart. It's had a nice, 3 months. And the weekly chart, it's sort of the same. So that high right there is basically, actually I'm wrong. So yeah, so it's the same, that monthly high and the weekly high. So there's certainly room on the monthly and weekly chart. I'm not saying, to do it or not, but I mean, that's what I'd be looking at. I mean, the next highs are far enough away. Depends where you put a stop. If you bought it, where if you bought it right now, where would you put your stop? Where are you going to get out if it's not going to work for you? Because then you can determine whether or not it has enough room. So right now, the current price is 24.62. So that's about, let's make the math easy. That's about $8. So as long as your stop is not more than $4 away, you have an opportunity of a potential 1 for 2 risk reward. Look at SCKT go now. And here is your news for it. If you want to believe, well, not believe it, but if you think this is good enough news, this is the reason. CFO says reliance on CPU supports strong gross margins. So I mean that is what has caused, I guess, the pop today for it. But I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so I would not be swinging this, not because it's bad, just because I just don't swing trade. But that's how I would analyze it. Okay, guys, so I'll mute myself again. But again, I like the questions. I can come back with more questions. I'll answer them. Hello, Clement or Clement. If you have a question, fire away. Okay, guys, I'll get back on the mic. Getting close. It's 7 minutes to 2. So again, I'll head off around 2 unless there are questions. And I see that Socket did it again, up and now down. 21 halts now today, 21 of them. Yeah, most of the energy plays are probably going to look like this. Energy XLE, strong. Let's take a look at XLE. Strong is probably the strongest sector today. Yeah, look at XLE, just beautiful. Pretty very orderly move all day. What are my thoughts on ZS? Zero scalar or something, or Z scalar? Okay. Well, it's a little out of my price range, but it's let's see, monthly chart. Well, has some room on a monthly chart. 193 is the next high in the monthly chart. That might correspond to that high. Yeah, it's about the same on the weekly chart. So there's certainly room on a weekly or a monthly chart for ZS. Just want to look to see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news on it. Has earnings in September, so that's far enough away. Decent volume, 1.3 times normal. Nothing fabulous, but be interesting to know if there's a company ETF for it. If you don't want to, pay $177 for the stock, let's take a look. No, there is not a company ETF for that one. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, it's had a great day. I mean, it's up 4%, 4.8%. Not a low float, not high. It's over the VWAP right now. Don't see any news on it. No specific news today on it that I can see. This was man, what was the first alert for this one? CLMT. First alert was 4204. Okay, I thought it moved about $5, but it's still a nice move. 4203. Sorry, 4203 was the first alert. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 45. So about a $3 move. Man, look at that. That SCKT has been a a challenge to say the least. Look at it now. Okay, guys. Well, again, if there are no more questions, I'll probably start heading out or head out. My screen will still be displayed until well, at least 3:30. William says he's going to keep the room open until 3:30. Those of you on YouTube, I do have to shut down. I wouldn't know about shorting. I have no shorts available for SCKT. Would I short it if I had? Probably not today. I mean, it's been, it's all over the place. It's a low float, 5.5 million. Then the volume is incredible. But don't let me stop you. I mean, if it's under 2 right now, it's below the VWAP. So yeah, I mean, if you have shorts available, and with a thought of maybe it getting down to the 150 mark, maybe. It's a question from our YouTube room, but I just don't have shorts available. That's what I'm talking about. This tells me how many shorts I have. I Interactive Brokers, and just basically I don't have. I mean, I could ask them to look for shorts, but obviously I'm not going to do it. Another one just sneaking above the whole number of one, guys. Oh, sorry, that was a long time ago. I thought I recognized it. It's a long time ago. The MTEN. So I'll change my message. Does it really? Okay. I guess I've been using the latest beta or production, whatever it's called. I've had access to that for a while now, so I don't know what are the changes. Really don't, but it's all in the release notes, I guess. Ah, spelling error. Can't do that. Okay, so again, I'll hang around if there are any other questions, but when I do leave, I've gone. But my screen will be displayed until 3:30. William will be keeping the main room open until then. And so, assuming I do leave, again, thanks for all the help. Good to be back. The room probably will open around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the main room. And I'll get on both. I'll open YouTube a little after that. I'll get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. So I'll hang around for another minute or so just to see if there are any other questions. Okay, don't see any. So I'm going to shut down YouTube now, guys. So YouTubers, again, you'll be open around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay?